Chuka, Chuka and Tharaka. So this is Chuka, this is Tharaka. Has a moment of silence, and as you prepare, while you are seated here, you are allowed to make notes. I'm giving you 2 or 3 seconds. If you are free, you can have a note, but not a phone, right? And I'll request the tech team, one mic to be that side, and a mic will be this side. Are we together? Are we together, members? Are we together? I want to ask for the last time, the members, are you ready? Because we want to start timing you. There will be 3 components of your agenda. And I'm hoping you are prepared for this. It is 12:30. Each team, moment of silence. We're hoping one of your debater will take the shortest time. Chuka University versus Tharakanithi. As a student, Tharaka, sorry for that. What we've had, this is a debate that is igniting the Comrades' power and the solidarity in advancing the voice on global action, climate action. As the youths, and as we come to this space, you are introduced to the processes and you understand what is climate action. As a question of your proposition and opposition is that we say the global north has industrialized using dirty energy and polluting the environment, and as per that we say, therefore, it is rational that Africa, a continent that has been producing a better part of this, only produces 4% of the global emissions. And should we say that this should be allowed, or should Africa be allowed to enjoy the fair share of its emissions? Dear members, 2 minutes, taking your stage, and we start with the proposals.
Most obliged. Greetings to the bench and the honorable members. For the purpose of record, my name is Evans Mushanga, appearing as the first proposer in this particular discussion. In light of the theme that is thereby put forth, igniting comrade power into enhancing global climate action, I'd love to delve into the definition of terms of this particular discussion. Industrialization. Industrialization, honorable members of the bench and the members at large, means the significant trajectory of moving from an agricultural-based economy into a manufacturing-based economy. Emissions means the discharge of substances into the environment. Dirty energy connotes fossil fuels and plastics at large. That said and done, honorable members of the bench and the members of the gallery, it is therefore a submission that indeed Africa ought to enjoy the paltry 4% that it contributes to the global emissions. Indeed, industrialization is at the core of the Stockholm Declaration. It's at the core of the Rio Declaration. Most obliged.
Greetings, honorable judges and the audience.
We give the opponent.
Kindly,
we give the opponents a time to set the space. Your time will come. It is your honor as the members of the opposition to set your stage.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibrahim Mwangi from Tharaka University, and I would like to oppose the motion that says that that Africa should be set free to the 4% of its emission to be allowed to emit. But in a while, it's kind of, we are going against the nature of what we are supposed to do. That is, in a globalization, yes, it is something that should happen, and it is about the countries in Africa that are in that sector, but the 4%, should we go about with the culture of emission because our forefathers, that is the West, did so? Should we go about with it, or should we not go about it? But do we need to follow a culture? Do we need to follow a culture that has been there because they emitted, we should emit that kind of a thing? The 4% that is said that should be emitted that is emitted, is it a good thing to do something because someone did it or not? But it is, we should we should in a moment be able to note that we should not emit the 4% as a result, because it is not what we are supposed to do because others did it before us. Thank you.
It is now the opportunity of the proposers to now argue your statement.
Greetings, honorable judges and the audience. I am Kelly Kinywa, the second proposer, and I'm going to build up on what the first proposer said. So I'm going to give the facts and statistics of the emissions on both the global north and the global south. We have China that produces 11.57 billion tons of emission. We have Russia that produces 1.75 billion tons of emission. We have India that produces 2.7 billion tons of emission. That's the global north. And then we have the global south. And the question that says Africa contributes 4% to the emissions. We have the highest countries in Africa, like South Africa, like Egypt, like Algeria. Those are the most producing countries in Africa that lead to the 4% in the African continent. And the source of my data is a document analyzing the resolution of COP28 that was held in Dubai. And also I'm going to mention the Brundtland report that provides for the sustainable development, that provides for the common report. The common report provides that we have to utilize resources in a way that is going to maintain the needs of the current generation and also maintain the needs of the future generations. With that said and done,
we take to the opposition to give your first argument.
Okay, all protocols observed. I'm Mwango Kelvin from Tharaka University. I'll just take it from where my fellow left, that because the North countries have been doing this, it's not a matter that also as Africans we do it. We have ways that we can use, that we can control it. Are we happy if this climate will continue changing, that will bring something strange into our generations? Not really. There are many ways that we can use, and there are ways that I can show you that it is very possible. For example, sustainable development. For example, the Ethiopian, they have just dug the grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which is expected to give out 5,000 megawatts just to provide for them electricity and also for the neighboring countries. This electricity is a non-dirty, it's not a dirty energy that will enable us to sustain our environment. Remember, this energy will be used for the most of the generations forever and ever without any harm, rather than using these fuels which will emit gases into the environment and also cause an effect in our continent. And also about the saving generations, we all know that we have to come up with ways which will use the renewable resources so that we save the generations that are about to come, rather than continue. For that, I rest.
The proposers take your second round of argument.
Greetings to the judges and the honorable audience. My name is Brian Ringera for the proposers. In light of our argument today that Africa should be allowed its fair share of emissions, a paltry 4%, I would wish to state that states have an obligation to utilize resources in their territories to ensure that they industrialize. It is known that the global north is more industrial than the global south. The global north has more industries. They are well advanced in manufacturing. They are well advanced in all else. And the global south, what is left for us is to import from them. Now, in our argument, we are going to state that in order to eradicate poverty, in order to ensure that we have zero hunger, we need to mechanize. We need to mechanize our agriculture. We need to industrialize. And in light of that argument, the global north has utilized its fair share of energy. Africa should be allowed to utilize its own share of energy to ensure that we are at the same pace with the global north. Also, the global north has been able to ensure that they have contributed to the ramifications of climate change that we are seeing today. But for Africa, we have been... I rest.
Hello, my name is Job Mongare, and I will be opposing. And we want to say that no matter what percentage we are bringing, no matter what percentage we are having it in the environment, it is affecting us. So it is good, Africa, we are starting from a lower point because we are at 4%. Others are at 16, others are at 45. So we should not be allowed. And we should start early. And by the time we are at 2030 or those years, we should have developed ourselves and we should be able to have countered this. And that is through planting trees and staying in line and making sure that it is our responsibility as young people to keep the environment clean. And number two, we should not be blaming the North because they are, I want to say that the North, they are already affected by this and we should not reach that point. That's my point.
Thank you, members. Now, in the last set of your proposition and opposition, kindly give your build-up and rewinding mark that builds up your discussion. The proposers, you have it.
Most obliged. Once again, for the purpose of record, my name is Evans Mushanga. In light of what the opposition has presented before us, we'll have to rebut by the mere fact that they don't understand this motion, they don't understand the debate. The debate contextualizes what the 4% that Africa contributes, it should enjoy its own emissions. That is our point. Our point is simply sustainable development. Our point is simply that Africa should enjoy whatever it has produced to ensure that there is eradication of poverty and hunger. Most obliged. Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition side, take your closing remark.
I think my fellow here is rebuttaling something that he don't understand also. For our case, for this motion, how do we enjoy this 4% that we are emitting? They want us that if the northern they are emitting 96% of the emissions in the environment, also us, we enjoy emitting also 96% in the environment. That's why we say, no, we don't do that as Africans. We have to be accountable of it. So we are supposed to come up with the ways which will reduce this emission. There's that Paris Agreement that we have gone, as the countries have gone about it, that the aim of this Paris Agreement was to reduce this global warming. I rest.
It takes the first round, and we want to say that your participation is highly appreciated, and now the benches need to be declared empty. May you join the congregation. Could someone again bring me the second round of the first set of the similar group to take the second motion? Can someone pass the message? The second team. Yes. Excuse, did he say 3 and 4? We are still under 1 and 2. Excuse, allow me get number 1 and 2 for the second set. It is 1 and 2. Yes, Chuka and Tharaka. Chuka and Tharaka. I'm hoping members I'm right. It is still Chuka and Tharaka. Yes. Dear members, as we take our position, and I want to agree that we are taking the second round. Chuka University was seated here. I'm hoping this is now Tharaka University, right? This is now Chuka University, right? The technical team, allow me the teams to have their mic. Thank you. Members, as you organize your team through the help of the technical team, allow me put this clearly. By the time we start the process, we will need you members to introduce yourself. Whenever you're taking a motion, we may not allow introduction. So the first time as you take your instructions is you'll be given 2 minutes for introduction from your members. Less 2 minutes. Less 2 minutes. So as you speak, to bring the order, whoever will start introduce your team and then set the agenda. The second announcement we're making, the debate is being heard worldwide in over more than the participating universities or participating countries that are over 80. You are requested that whenever you are holding your mic, put it closer to your sound when producing it. There are people depending on that sound to interpret the language for other participants following. As team members now, you take your second round of the first set of the debate of Chuka University versus Tharaka University. And Tharaka University versus now Chuka University. The sets change, and now we take the position that as we ignite the comrade power and solidarity in advancing voice and global climate action, you, the youths who are taking the lead, and we are saying that the global north has industrialized using dirty energy and polluting the environment. It is therefore seems to be rational that Africa as a continent has been producing only about 4% of the global emissions. And should it be allowed to enjoy the fair share of its emissions? I want to bring the proposers of this process, that you do your introduction, set the agenda for your discussion. The floor is all yours.
The lordship, the leadership, all protocol observed. My name is Msungu Leon. The rest of my team.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Samuel Ian Kipkoech, Tharaka University.
All protocols observed. My names are Barbara Leila, Tharaka University.
Kindly set your agenda in less than a minute.
Well. Is it really does it really make sense?
I kindly am requested by the online community, you are requested to stand for you to be viewed by other participants.
Well. Does it really make sense for continent like Africa, as it produces merely 4% of the fossils being emitted? Does it really make sense for it to be Does it really make sense?
The opposers take the floor.
Yes.
Kindly stand.
Sorry. All protocols observed, my leadership and our leadership. This is Chuka University. I'm Chepkoe Sharon.
Wouldn't it be nice if there's one simple thing we can do to fix our broken world? My name is Rebecca. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Maurice Monene from Chuka University.
Set your agenda in less than a minute.
It's sad that we are calling for climate justice, a call to everyone, but here we want to allow Africa to enjoy its fair share of emission. Isn't that a way of jeopardizing the actions that we want to undertake? That's my call.
Thank you. That takes the process, and now we allow the proposers to take the first set of the arguments.
Okay. I propose the motion by saying that in Africa, it should be allowed to participate or to be among the parts of the country whereby other parts of the world that are like the continents, they're taking 4% of the emissions, while Africa, we are taking 2%. So there is no need of another continent being allowed to take and being participating in more of making not conducive. Then the African, they're not allowed. The first thing, the economical equity. The continents that are outside Africa, that is Europe, that Asia, those continents.
The opposers take the floor to take your first argument.
Yes, so I want to oppose by saying it's unfair if we allow Africa to enjoy its fair share of emission, because there is a framework on the atmospheric commons which state that every country is entitled to its fair share of carbon emission, meaning that we should allow countries or nations to quantify its responsibilities on the case of damages caused by climate action. So meaning that we should assign liabilities. For instance, if a certain species is to go extinct, who will be liable for it? Who will be liable to pay for it? That's all.
The proposers take the second round of your argument.
The second point of it is need for development, for developmental needs. Those other continents, it's more developed. The reason behind is of the industrial use. We have the use of vehicles that are being allowed, and that are being allowed there, and they do emissions. So in Africa, we need to develop many industries, and we should provide a temporary ways of solving, a temporary ways that cannot lead to more affections, but Africans should be allowed.
Instead, we should capitalize on sustainable development and trade use of cleaner technologies, this without repeating the same mistakes that were made by the global north. Africa produces about 4%, that is about 1.45 billion emissions. The goal is to mitigate, not to exaggerate the emissions. And we can do this by addressing.
Dear members, the second round of the first set of this argument has come to an end. This is Chuka University and Tharaka University. A competitive share provided 14.43 minutes each. Thank you, members. As you join the panel, you become the participant and the listeners. Thank you. Dear members, from the consultation that I've got from the lordships and the ladyship, we are requested to take another set with the 2 rounds, taking 28 minutes. You'll kindly bear with us. It is between your lunch, and we're going to proceed to lunch at about 1:31. Members who are out, kindly someone bring me number 3 and number 4. Number 3 was which university? Embu University. Members outside, if you can be able to hear me, we're taking the second set, which is Embu University and Dedan Kimathi University. Someone tell Embu and Dedan Kimathi. As the members come, we will take the shortest time possible with the leadership of and the guidance of our judges. I know they are organized. Kindly recognize which is this university. Dedan Kimathi, a university that is right on time. Someone allow me get the Embu University. Who are the proposers? Embu University, the proposers. If they take more than a minute, they'll be penalized for not getting to stage on time. Embu University. The 2 teams, Embu University proposition and Dedan Kimathi opposition side is on stage, recognized. Members, as you take your stage, clearly the instructions go. 1, you're requested to hold your mic closer to your mouth to help those interpreting to different languages, which is done in French and Portuguese, to get you clearly. The second one is, as you take the stage as the lead of your team, give a chance for your team to introduce. And once you introduce yourself, as we go on, no introduction, you will be penalized. At the moment, In the second round, the second set of the first round, we take that as the youth we're igniting the comrade power and solidarity in advancing voice on global climate action. Yes, indeed, we say that the global north, as industrialized using dirty energy and polluting the environment, it is therefore seems rational that Africa is a continent that is producing about 4% of the emissions, of the global emissions, and in itself it should be allowed to enjoy its fair share of its emissions. I want to start with the proposers. You take the process, introduce yourself, and set the agenda. Kindly, the tech team, may I get the mics to the team.
Greetings, honorable judges, as well as the project.
Just a moment, you're still not allowed. Kindly. Take a seat. Officially now, you are allowed to set the agenda.
Thank you very much for that opportunity. Greetings, honorable judges, as well as the audience. We are delighted to be here representing the University of Embu. My name is Brian Omoyo, and I will be the first proposer. I will be setting the agenda. I will let the rest of the proposers introduce themselves as we go on.
Bonjour tout le monde. My name is Joy Jakait. I am the second proposer, and I will be building on their agenda.
Honorable judges and the audience, greetings. I'm Oliver Mchesia, University of Embu. I'll be the finalist of this debate and I'll be a proposition.
Allow me now bring to the opposition side to do the introduction. They have their mic. Kindly hold your mic.
Honorable judges and the audience, I'm John Masheria, a student at Bikut. I'll be the first to oppose.
Kindly mention your name of
John
your
Masheria.
university in full.
Dedan Kimathi University of Technology.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Martha Elizabeth Goiri. I'll be the second proposer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Othoni Muhindi from Dedan Kimathi University. I'll be the opposer.
Thank you, members. I want to give floor to the proposers. May you set your agenda right.
Again, thank you for that opportunity. Today, we convene here to address a matter of utmost importance. To address the intersection between global justice and climate change. And in recognizing the climate impact and climate change, we are asking the question, should Africa be allowed to increase its emissions, CO2 emissions, taking into consideration the current state and the current levels of emissions? In that, we will be pursuing 4 lines of argument. The first being the historical responsibility. The global north is responsible for approximately 50% of the current emissions that are destroying our planet, for lack of a better phrase. Secondly, we will be pursuing the argument of the principle of fairness and equity in climate justice. Thirdly,
wind up.
Thirdly, we will be dissecting the issue and pointing out how it improves technology in Africa and how that will be advantageous to us in the long run. And finally, we'll be pointing out the need for economic development, which is solely based on fossil fuels. Thank you. I'll now pass on the baton.
The opposers, kindly, we take the room to opposers. Set your agenda right.
Thank you. Today we come here to say that we cannot continue the same path and expect different results. You have seen what the global north has done through industrialization using dirty energy. So we are here to condemn that and say that a mentality that we should take that route is disgusting, and it's a total disregard for our world. Thank you.
The proposers take your first argument.
Thank you for the opportunity. Let me begin by saying that under historical responsibility, during the 1750 to the 1900, the global north greatly industrialized during this phase, thereby producing these emissions. According to the principle of climate justice that was embedded by the United States Framework Convention on Climate Change, it is therefore best for Africa to be given the opportunity to invest in their natural resources, thereby making their emissions just fully right for them.
Wind up.
Just fully right for them, that they may be able to produce these emissions because it will be for their best, for their betterment.
May now the opposers take your first argument.
Thank you for the opportunity. Our first point was on the climate change and its effects. We have seen that the global north industrialized using the fossil fuels, and this caused carbon emissions, but do we really need to take that path? Then the global north took that path because they didn't have another alternative. But as Africa and the global south countries, we have other options presented to us. We have the wind energy, solar energy, the geothermal energy. There is other options to fossil fuels. But fossil fuels, and it causes carbon emissions, and that we don't disagree that the global north accounted for more than 70% of the carbon emissions that are in the sky or in the atmosphere. But Africa were only contributing to 12%. But despite them having the most contribution to the global emission, the most contribution is Africa, we are not left behind in taking responsibility, and also will be able to take and save lives, more lives, such as in the Republic of in Bangladesh, that the country is set for extinction since most of its land lies 12 meters below sea level, and any increase in the global heat will lead to more than 40% of the country being submerged underwater. Thank you.
May the proposal.
For our second round, we'll be dissecting the point about Africa's need for economic development. And in this effect, it will also act as a rebuttal to their argument, because the opposers seem to be comparing Africa, a country where 600 million people do not have access to electricity, to Europe and countries in the member states of that are so developed, and it does not make sense. It does not make sense. We cannot start comparing Africa, a country that is poverty-stricken, a country that needs development, a country that needs its only viable option is to tap into fossil fuels. And that is the economic development that we need. That is the stepping ground that we need. We need the revenue, and if we are going to access any other spaces, we really don't need to tap into the energy that we already have. And Africa is rich. Africa is a well-populated area. It's a place with minerals. It's a place with everything that we need. All we need is to tap into our fossil fuels. And what the global north can do is help us do that and help us transition to a mode where we can use more renewable energy. And there is no other way around it. The opposers will just have to get on board.
May the opposers take the second round of argument.
Yes, thank you. I will first respond with the question. The just concluded proposer said that we have to use fossil fuels. So my argument is this. We have seen what the emissions have done. Recently we have had floods, we have had invasion by desert locusts, and we have had prolonged drought. So if we continue with the emissions, we'll be 70, 80 years from now. This means that our generation will become extinct. So it's either we industrialize and become extinct, or use the available renewable sources of energy, and then we thrive in the future. Yes.
Thank you. May we get the conclusive and build-up remarks from the proposers?
Thank you very much. From the proposer side, we actually, as a nation, as Africa, have three things that we need to ask ourselves. Who started the problem? Who is suffering the burdens? And who is reaping the benefits? The global north generally have reaped a lot of benefits. We as Africans, we as a continent, we need to come together and ensure that all that is going on right now, we are being supported. Climatic justice means that if we are suffering the burdens, it means that they should come in and support us. They should come in and look at the burdens that we are suffering, not measuring on the benefits that they are reaping. So the opposers, you need to come on board, and we all need to agree that we as a nation are going into extinction of our developmental needs. Thank you very much.
May the opposers now take the last argument and conclusive remark.
While we acknowledge the historical mission of the global north, I'd like to urge the Africans to take the crucial responsibility to avoid emissions and promote the development of sustainable energy. I'll quote our environment champion, Professor Wangari Maathai, that let's promote the development of the environment that does not destroy the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, members. This now comes that the second set of, the second set in their first round has come to an end. This is Embu University versus Dedan Kimathi. We request that now the floor, you leave the empty seat for another round in your set to come. Thank you. Yes, you become the audience now. Thank you for being the debaters and moving the debate quite well. May I request that the second round of the second set of Dedan Kimathi University versus versus University of Embu to come and take the floor. May I request recognition of the team? Which university? Dedan Kimathi. Thank you. You are the proposers, yes? Okay. May you take your seat as the opposers, and I want to believe that this is University of Embu. Dear members, as we welcome the second set, the second round of the second set of now Dedan Kimathi University versus University of Embu, I may want to bring to your attention that as the youths igniting the power or igniting the comrade power and solidarity in advancing voice on global climate action is very crucial. And at the moment we say that the global north has industrialized using dirty energy and polluting the environment, it is therefore seems that Africa as a continent is producing about 4% of the global emissions. And should, at that moment, we say that should Africa be allowed to enjoy its fair share? Dear members, proposers and opposers, as you take your floor, introduce your team, one by one, set the agenda in both sides. Feel free, you will be guided. May we get the mics to the team kindly. So members, as you've been instructed by the tech team, you will only introduce yourself, you allow the other team to introduce themselves, then it gets back to you as the proposers to set your agenda, and the pattern will continue. May now I request that the proposers, may you introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Victor Karanja from Dedan Kimathi University. Yeah.
My name is Janice Njoroge, also from Dedan Kimathi University. Okoth Vivian is my name, also from Dedan Kimathi.
Thank you, proposers. May we get introduction from the opposers.
My name is Ambrose Tonoi from University of Embu, and my co-debaters.
My name is Yvonne Mokami from the University of Embu.
My name is Mwaneki Joan Nyakio from the University of Embu.
Thank you for your introduction. Allow me repeat the question. The global north has industrialized using dirty energy and polluting the environment. It is therefore seems rational that Africa as a continent is only producing about 4% of the global emissions. Should it be allowed to enjoy its fair share of its emissions? May the proposers set your agenda right.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You are requested to stand for the camera purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, today we stand before you to confront a truth so glaring it's almost blinding. The global north industrialized immensely, lighting the fumes of dirty energy, while Africa, our continent, being left in the shadows, contributing only 4% to the global emissions. Now picture this, a marathon where the global north gets the head start with the finest gear, while Africa, barefoot, burdened, and one leg tied, is asked to catch up without breaking a sweat.
Wind up. Thank you. That's the proposers. May the opposers now set your agenda right.
My lordships and my ladyships and the rest of the panel, mine is to lay the agenda which I and my team are going to discuss. Number one are the harmful impact on health and the environment. Number two is impact on global climate goals as set in the Paris Agreement. Number three is the Africa renewable energy potential. Thank you.
May I take the opportunity that the proposers take their first set of argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about climate change on humanity and its impact on humanity, we're talking about modern civilization. And modern civilization as we know it would not exist without the use of these four products. I'm talking about steel, I'm talking about plastics, I'm talking about cement and ammonia. Now, steel is one of the most commonly used metals worldwide, from construction to automobile to the scalpels used in hospitals. Cement is a crucial component of concrete, and if you need an introduction on the relevance of concrete, well, stranger meet concrete, concrete meet stranger. Ammonia, however, and maybe I should touch on plastics first. From the use of ballpoint caps to the very chairs you're sitting on, to the beds in hospitals, plastics have found a vast wide of use in various industries. But ammonia definitely takes the trophy. See, without the synthesis of ammonia, we would not have the nitrogenous fertilizers that we need for agriculture. And therefore, you tell me how we're supposed to grow without the use of concrete, of steel, of plastics, and ammonia. Thank you.
May the opposers take the first round of argument.
I shall be delving deeper into the various arguments that my debaters has analyzed. And the first one is the increased health problems. So there have been, the dirty emissions have linked so much respiratory diseases as well as the cardiovascular diseases. As such, that has been promoted by the dirty emissions that have been regarded. Also, there is the issue on reduction of sustainability on agricultural production. Due to the increased dirty emissions, these have yielded the reduced crop production as well as the increased drought. And such, that is threatening the food security. Therefore, this would mean that we are limiting the right to food as well as security. I would wish my co-counsel to take the other.
May you be guided that it is now the proposers to take their second round.
My ladyship and my lordship, as we all have been talking about climate justice, as Desmond Tutu says, that climate justice means that as we reconsider the emissions, we also need to note that there is an urgent need for development, and therefore I join my colleagues in saying that in proposing that African countries should be allowed to use its fair share of emission in development. Thank you.
May we get the opposers take their second round of argument.
My lady and my lords, when has two ever wrongs made a right? I hereby suggest that we should put into consideration the impact of whatever decision we do right now. And my first argument is on international collaborations. I'm aware that in Africa is already receiving the existing
ladies and gentlemen, this takes the third set with the first round of the debate between Meru University and Karatina University. Members, take it clear that whenever you're putting your motion, you're being watched. Take your mic closer to your mouth to help the interpreters to get the right sound. 2, when you're making your motion, you're requested, you will be standing for the purpose of capturing your photo. Lastly, we are requesting that from both sides, as you take stage, you are requested to introduce yourself before you set the agenda. The pattern will go between the proposers and the opposers. May I request the tech person to guide the process? Thank you, members. I want to now hope that we are setting the agenda right. Before we start, may I request the proposer team to introduce themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Edward Kithi from Mary University of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kelvin Kenywa from the Great Mary University.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Njeri Winnie from the Great Mary University. Thank you.
May I take this opportunity for the opposers to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm James Samuel from Carleton University.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Margaret Nemanzai from Karatina University.
Honorable judges and all of protocols observed, good afternoon. My name is Haron Manena from Karatina University. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, igniting the comrade power and solidarity in advancing the voice of global climate action is very crucial. We as the youth, we take a lead. Therefore, the global north has industrialized using dirty energy and polluting the environment. It is therefore seeming rational that Africa, as a continent that is only producing 4% of the global emission, should it be in a position to be allowed to enjoy its fair share of its emissions. May I allow the proposers to set the agenda right?
Thank you so much. When we talk of igniting comrades' power and solidarity in advancing a global climate action, we talk of a collective responsibility, a collective unity that is shared among the young people, stakeholders such as environmental organizations. We talk of grassroots movement, inclusion of, for example, of the Mikoko Pamoja in Kenya, and we are also talking of other organizations such as the labor unions coming on board to work collectively towards achieving this crisis.
Kindly wind up.
And for our sake, we're going to propose that it is time that Africa enjoys its own share of emissions. We've clapped for the global north. It is now time for Africa to enjoy our share. Thank you.
May I now allow the opposers to set the agenda right?
Honorable judges, despite Africa emitting only 4% of carbon emissions. It is nations, or it is the region that is suffering most from this global emission that currently we are at that 7.12 billion tons of carbon emissions. So these emissions, they are affecting this region in Africa because of its geographical locations. So we have several very many reasons that we can mention, and with tangible examples of how we are suffering from the emissions globally. So thank you.
Thank you. May I now allow the proposers to take their first round of argument.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I come to you as a very angry and sad African youth. The reason is, when it comes to our time to enjoy the benefits that come from using the so-called dirty energy, we are being told that we should not. And as I continue, I'm going to list the reasons why we as African countries are required to need to be allowed to enjoy this benefit. First of all is our developmental needs. As African nation, as you look at records from the World Bank, classify African nation as a low-income nation and a low-middle-income nation to high-middle-income nation, while the global north is classified as a high-income nation. And if you consider that, you look as African nation, we import more than what we export. And while we are importing, we are not creating any income.
May you wind up.
Okay, so our second point is for historical responsibilities. As African nation, our industrial revolution started around 1920s, while the global north started around the 1760s. When we look at that, we have a number of years so that we can catch up with them. And we are reaching a situation whereby they have taken the honey, they have enjoyed it, but when it comes to our time, we are being told not to enjoy it. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
May the opposers take their first round of argument.
Hello everyone. On to my first point. Though we are to enjoy the benefits, or we are to enjoy industrialization, Africa only producing 4%. We have really suffered. Yes, we have really suffered. And because of this, I think we have enough renewable sources that we can all use. For example, we have the daylight sources that use solar. We also have the solar panels in Morocco that produce energy that we can use to industrialize Africa and make it a better place, just as the other nations. On to my second point. There is an urgent climate action that is needed. For example, it is just recently in Kenya, we have been crying because of the floods. We have not yet healed. Our wounds are still fresh. It is also recently in Kenya and the eastern coast, the Eastern African coast, when we were to be hit by Hidaya, the cyclone. Yeah? And this is because Mother Nature is angry at us because of the global emissions that we, Africa, should not take part of it, for we suffer the most. Thank you.
May now the proposers take the second round of the argument.
Thank you. It is not fair. It is not fair at all for me as an African girl to receive a plastic rose flower while the original rose flowers are in the plane flying. These flowers are plastic, but flowers are grown in Kenya. We have been lied to. They are lying to us. They want us to export our raw materials and to import them as finished goods. As Africa, we want to have our time. We want to process our goods. We want to enjoy the honey. We want to eat our goods. Again, Al Jazeera 2024 copyright has revealed that 37.2% of carbon has been released in the nearly 2021, having Africa only producing 4%, of which 1% of emissions in Africa are consumed by trees around Africa, since Africa has 37.2% of land covered with trees. Trees have been helping us to curb carbon dioxide that has been produced. And then yet they still want to tell us that it is fair when they produce, when they manufacture and use industrialization, and it is not fair for us. We want to create our own problems. Since if you check, many cancerous tissues have been caused by consumption of carcinogens. Those carcinogens, most of them are foods that have been imported. What if, I think it will sound fair for us to produce our own dust and eat it and finish ourselves, rather than import the dust and kill ourselves, having to lose money and having to lose life. It is better we make life and then gain still money. Thank you.
May now the opposers take their second round of argument.
Honorable judges and members, I will take this opportunity to say that if, for example, what Professor Mwangari Maathai said, that nature is unforgiving and is what we are receiving now. For example, you can see the floods that Africa is undergoing, and also you are seeing the rising of sea levels. For example, if we are 4% and we are experiencing this now, what about if we become 50%? Where is Africa going to be? Can you imagine that? Right now we are experiencing floods. People are dying. The rising sea levels are rising. What about 50%? Where is Africa going to be? We are going to disappear even. Is it so? Yes, so I would like to say that we are not supposed to be allowed that we emit these gases, because they are destroying our future. We are not going to have a sustainable future. We as the youth, we are the ones affected. We as the youth, we should rise and take an urgent action and say that we should stop this. Thank you.
May now I bring the proposers to make their conclusive remark and a build-up.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. One, as a continent, we need to get out of our comfort zones. It is time for us as a continent to realize our potential. And no one can change our situation as a continent until we change ourselves. We've already been messed up by the global north. We cannot afford to sit down again and continue consuming. As I bring this to a climax here, I want to thank the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance for what they are doing in the continent of Africa and the globe at large, addressing this crisis even at a level where young people can come in and contribute. It is very vital. And to all the other stakeholders in terms of climate crisis address, we can come together, join forces. I also want to say this: in as much as we want to enjoy, let us also get to know that we are babies who are yet growing, referring to the nations in Africa that cannot afford to sustain themselves. Thank you.
May the opposers take your last remark and build up.
As much as we want to be like the northern countries, developed, we should all put in mind there is no another planet B where man can survive. We only survive here on Earth. where we are destroying it through the carbon emissions, and we can still develop using other sources. The animal climate change does not choose, this is Africa, I will affect it at this level. This is Asia, I'll affect it at this level. It affects us all. And at the end, we are the ones who are going to lose. Thank you.
Thank you, members and ladies and gentlemen. This has come to the last round of, no, the first round of the third set. And members, your participation has been well captured. May we request that you become participants and listen to the other debaters. Now it comes to the third set, second round, and the last debaters in the first round. May I request that I be brought in the debaters of Karatina University as the proposers and Meru University as the opposers. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this comes the last round of the third set of the first process. May I recognize the team? Is this Karatina University? Well noted. Is this Meru University? Well noted. Members, you're going to be requested to have a short time to introduce yourself from both sides. Again, you're requested that when you hold your mic, hold it closer to your mouth so that we help those being translated or interpreted to different languages to get it right. Thirdly, you'll be requested that when you make your argument, may you stand for the purpose of the cameras. May I request the tech person to guide the process. Thank you. I'm hoping that at the moment that we're taking shape, may I allow the proposers to introduce themselves.
Honorable judges and all the members present, I'm Esther Wanjiku from Karatina University.
Honorable judges and members present, I'm Collins Kibet from Karatina University.
All protocols observed. I'm Francis Mwika from Karatina University.
May I allow the opposers to now introduce themselves.
Honorable judges, I'm Ogola Pius from Meru University.
Ladies and gentlemen, Purity Noel from Meru University.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ongile Calvin Awol from Meru University.
Thank you, members. As we set the motion right, we say that igniting the comrade power and solidarity in advancing the voice on global climate action is the responsibility of the youth. It comes that the global north has really industrialized, using dirty energy and polluting the environment. It therefore seems rationally that Africa as a continent is only producing 4% of the global emissions, and therefore should we say that it should be allowed to enjoy its fair share of its emissions. May I allow the proposers to set the agenda right?
Yes, the Africa continent should be allowed to enjoy its share of emission, that is carbon dioxide. If the developed countries are allowed to use it, why shouldn't Africa be? On to my first point, allow me through the resources that the developed countries
may now allow it seemingly that the proposer side is not agreeing. I'm giving you 30 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to acknowledge and say yes that Africa should be given equal chance of share of its emission. Because we know that Africa, we have two things. First of all, we have skills and we have skills and we are very innovative. So what we lack is just three things. And I will start with number one. First of all, we need financial, which is supported through the Green Climate Fund.
Wind up.
The second thing is that we also need something that we call policy. We know that there is an agreement started on 2015 referred to as the Paris Agreement. This agreement is being funded by the northern countries. Thank you.
May now allow the opposers to set the agenda right.
Good afternoon. I would like to bring into your attention that in igniting Comrades' power and solidarity in advancing voice on global climate change, there is an existence of global climate crisis. While recognizing the historical evidence of the North in emission of fossil fuels, I would like to oppose the motion saying that Africans should be allowed to increase their energy emission. Reason being, reports from World Health Organization on the negative impact of climate on health, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report that there is urgent need to change the ongoing global warming from 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Sustainable Development Goal suggests on the need to reduce emission by 2030, 2050 to net zero carbon emission. Therefore, as a comrade, we need to come up with a unifying force to mitigate climate change.
May now allow the proposer side to take their first point of argument.
Again, as I said, is that Africa we have skills and we are very innovative. Most of the comrades are very innovative, being one of them. What we lack is just one thing, which I said is financial. No, coming on financial is that as long as I am not able means that more of the comrades are not able. So we dwell on developed countries to help us. If a developed country is emitting more of its gas, meaning that it should help those who are making less to combat this climate change. That is one. And I give you an example of Green Climate Fund. The Green Climate Fund was initiated so that it can help the developing countries to combat the climate change. Number two, I talked of the policy, and I said that we need some policies which are equal and are building on both developed and developing countries. So meaning that a developed country like Germany or France emitting more than 50% of the gases in the environment should be given the highest, the great or the higher accountable, should be accountable highest as compared to Africa. Meaning that if it's emitting more than 50%, it should give more than 50% and help the African countries. And the final, as I say, I conclude, is that we need incentiveness in the renewable energy resources and projects. We know like the Chuka wind power is the largest in Africa. So what it lacks is just support. Thank you. So as it's being supported by developed countries, the developed countries are accountable.
May the opposers take their first round of argument.
We as Africa are saying we do not want to be part of the problem. SDGs. 2015, United Nations under the United Nations sat down and deliberated in Geneva, Switzerland, and we came about with 17 goals. And among these 17 goals, we have zero hunger by 2030. How will we as Africa reach zero hunger at 2030? We're going to use agriculture, which is our backbone. Agriculture. Assuming we increase our carbon footprint above 4%, we are jeopardizing agriculture as a sector. We are jeopardizing fish in Lake Victoria from the fishing. We are jeopardizing our animals, which are being herded in the sub-Saharan. So, assuming we increase our carbon footprint above 4%, which we do not want to do as Africa, we are going to end up not meeting our sustainable goals too. This is an economic trap. This is an economic trap, I am telling you. Because assume our carbon footprint increases by 4%, we will enter a climate crisis. UNEP 2023 report. And they say, if we enter a climate crisis, to mitigate or to adapt to this climate crisis, countries in Africa will need to use per annum about $50 billion just to adapt. It's $50 billion, small money. No, that is an economic trap. Three, we as Africans we as Africans have a global climate responsibility. We as Africans want our future generations to see earthworms. We want them to see butterflies. We want them to see cattle. We want them to see the white rhinoceros. So we as Africans need to be here to be taking our social role, our global role to take care of our climate. So assuming we increase the emissions by 4%, we are losing that. Lastly,
wind up.
I'm sorry for that. Well, we as Africa, lastly, are going to be predisposed to health conditions, and that we do not want. Cancers of the skin, if the temperature rises above to 2 degrees Celsius, which we call global warming, we'll have cancers of the skin, air pollution, air diseases, COPDs, and things of that line that we cannot mitigate at this time. Thank you so much.
May now the proposers take their second round of argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is crystal clear from the arguments from my learned colleague that yes, our beloved continent, Africa, should be allowed its fair share of emissions. Thank you.
May the opposers take their second round of argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once more. Ogile Calvin from Mary University, just as I had introduced, hailing for the motion to oppose that we as an African continent, we are not supposed to be involving ourselves in further emissions for the carbon footprints that we have already. As an African continent, from the United Nations record in 2022, says that as a continent we receive approximately 85% of sunlight rays. So what if we use the 85% that is just implemented in other countries like South Africa, implemented in other countries like Algeria, and not even going far. Our counties in Turkana, our Turkana county is implementing the use of the solar energy to harness energy. This energy in turn can be used in providing energy sources to our people, to our industries, and also to our roads on transport mechanisms of roads and the transport sector. And also, it is said by the same report that this energy harnessed by Africa can support 0.3% of the United Nations energy. To mean that, what if we can convert this 0.3% and use it into our country? Number two, we are, as an African continent, we are having the largest coastline in the entire globe. And they saying that we can harness the wind energy, we can harness the wave energy, and still use them in our production of our own resources and also in the transport sector. Thank you.
Thank you. May we now have the proposers have their final remark and final build-up.
Finally, I wish to say this. We all say that garbage in, garbage out. Same case we should say garbage out, garbage in. It's irreversible. I can't garbage out what I've not garbaged in. So, if we are emitting 4%, why should we be in the first line of copying it 90%? This is what I mean. Now, let me see this. Yes, Africa, we know that. As I give an example of the Green Climate Fund, most know that you have no idea, but this Green Climate Fund, for now, most of Comrades do not know it. So what we need is just, we need to be exposed to it through climate. Now that I have said that climate, we are talking about the climate change through emission. Our 4%, we are not saying that we minimize it at once. We need to have these projects as more of them as possible, and by 2063 probably we may have finished the 4%, meaning that when we reach at 0%, the developed countries are going to follow us. No, the developed countries are reducing the emission at higher percentage, meaning as they follow us, finally they will come to a conclusion that they can combat through what they being accountable of what they are making. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the opposers have their final argument and final build-up.
As a young person in Africa, I am saying I do not want to stain my hands. I do not want to be part of the problem. And we as young people are called on here to think about new ways that we can develop our continent, new ways that we can keep ourselves, new ways that we can develop our economy while taking care of our motherland, while taking care of our climate. It is detrimental already. We are in jeopardy. We do not want to keep selling the same gospel of trying to be great in the wrong ways. So now, with all said and done, all of us have a responsibility. All of us are to try, all of us have to look at where you are using your carbon and try very hard to not emit, so that we cannot increase our carbon footprint above 4%. Else we are going to have moody weather. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore comes that the third set in the second round has completed the first level of the debate. This is Karatina University versus Meru University. We request that you exit the stage. Therefore, members, as the whole team in the first round of the debate has ended, I want to recognize the comments coming online before I want to give this space to our able judges to just make one or two comments. Here comes, I may not want to read the names coming online because of where they come from. Someone by the name Egnomi Golda Odanon says, yes, it's true that Africa is the least polluting and that we are also need to develop. Sorry? This comes that, yes, it is true that Africa is the least polluting and that we also need to develop. Development which will mean industrialization. Development is likely to pollute, but I find we can develop while using alternative energies. Yes, Africa certainly has room to maneuver, but I find that Africa also has the responsibility to set a good example, because finally it is not a race to see who will be able to pollute more. Another comment comes, the great question is what kind of development Africa wants and who defines it. The reason we find ourselves in this debate is because we are working on a model that was created by others to determine what success is and what a developed world looks like. How about, as Africa, we create our own means of development that allows conviviality and mutual benefit for people and planet, and we have proven it possible. Distancing ourselves from polluting and then making sure those who are doing are punished and their crimes are definitely get to us in a more pleasing situation and sustainability. So can we, debaters, and as we comrades define the future we really want is that of skyscrapers and unbelievable climatic conditions, or that a good climate and sustainable development. The second last, we need to decolonize our climate change mitigation and adaptation methodologies, upload the principle of Ubuntu, and show that as Africans we are progressive other than vengeful and regretful. Dear members and ladies, allow me at this moment, as I rest, someone says, a great debate indeed. I support the motion too, while other nations are progressing with industries and options of energy sources, we in Africa are only encouraged to plant trees and reduce emissions. The polluter pays principles. Buying and selling of carbon credits is also providing a loophole for the polluter to continue as long as we pay. Lastly, as I put it right, is that we must build our own paradigm of development, and they support the motion. This is the comments that we're getting from online, and sorry the online team, we are not able to get you by sound, but you're able to listen due to the restrictions of the move and the motions that have been provided. Kindly bear with us. May you allow me now bring this to the attention of the judges in this house for comment before we break for lunch.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with one of the ladies. Okay.
Good afternoon. First of all, allow me to congratulate all the teams. Can you all clap for yourselves? As I was observing and listening, I could see future news anchors. I could see lawyers and advocates. I could see bank managers. I could see industry leaders right in front of us. And the future looked very bright. So I was very hopeful even as I scored. So congratulations to all of you. You have demonstrated that you took your time, you took this assignment seriously, you did quite extensive research from the arguments and the counter-arguments that you presented, and I give you a big kudos for that. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, what you've just done before you here is a precursor of the kind of hurdles and tasks you meet ahead of you in your career. As you enter the job market, you'll go through several interviews where you're supposed to argue for your case, and really it will feel like sitting in front of judges and talking about what you can do and demonstrating how you're the best candidate. So this is a precursor to many of similar, let's call them debates, that you have to go through. As you enter into your professions, you'll be expected to do presentations, you'll be expected to defend budgets, to defend project ideas, to defend reports. Even as you go higher into your education, into masters and PhD, you'll be defending theses, proposals, and reports. So you have just done a very good service to yourselves. My observations will be more about the process, and my fellow judges will go into the details and the technical issues that you need to take into consideration. My first observation is how you present yourself really matters. It is said that you dress, your first impression is the only impression. So if you dress for the occasion, you leave a lasting impression. So kudos to those who took that a notch higher, came in suits, came in very, very professional attire. I applaud you for that. My second observation was that some of you came carrying papers without a pen, notebook without a pen. I saw some carrying a pen without a notebook, while others just came the way they are. I cannot overemphasize the importance of always having a notebook and a pen with you. There's always information you can jot down. There's always some details you can put down that will help you. So I encourage you to always appear in every meeting, in every setup, with a pen and a notebook. Write down the points, write down what you find interesting. So for the proposals, as your opponent was giving their arguments, you were expected to do a counter argument. You should have written down, okay, this is what they say, I'm going to argue like that. Or when the motion was presented, you could quickly put down your arguments. I want to talk about point 1, 2, and 3, and make my case based on those 3 points. Teamwork. There are very few that really demonstrated what teamwork is. You had 3 brains in your team. If you can only master one concept, the other team member masters just one, the other team member masters one, then you come out as a very strong team. You were allowed to actually trade your notes and trade ideas while the other team was presenting. I didn't see much of that. What happens when you forget? What happens when you get into an interview and you're blank, can't talk, your mouth seems to be glued, the points have evaporated, and you can only think of the chai and mandazi that you had before you got into that room. I saw some people sulking. I saw some people resigning to the fact that, you man, no, your agenda, there's always a second chance. So don't give up too fast. Always be ready to come back. Always be ready with a comeback. Yeah? Young people, I always hear you say, I have a comeback. Yes, always be prepared with a comeback. You might forget in the first round, but in the second round, there'll be that one point that you remember. Have a comeback with that one point. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the afternoon session.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us clap for the debaters. It's not an easy thing to come in front of people and speak to an audience which is very diverse, including some who are watching online. So, well done. Having said that, I would say that
To be very honest, I'm very humble because I've never had such an experience in my life. For your information, I've been working in development for the last 21 years since I graduated. So you can guess how old I am. So, but having said that, I think what was coming out clearly is that we are all grappling with the concept of climate change and its impacts on us as Africans. Definitely, you could also see those debaters who to some extent must have had time really to do some kind of literature review and therefore speak with authority in terms of citation of what is the current state of play, which is very useful because when you debate, you're supposed to be debating based on facts. And some of these facts are either well documented, and some are also based on your own observation as a person. For example, I was very happy to hear others citing examples like the recent just concluded floods in Kenya, talking about many other examples, some which are from perhaps very clear literature, and I think that is a very good thing to think about. Then the other thing about climate, of course, I was very happy in as much as there is what we call the framing of the narrative. If the debate was between me and Philip, we could be speaking about the same subject like you do, but our narrative could be different somewhat because of the experience we've had and therefore benefited from it. So yes, try as much as possible so that you frame the narrative correctly. So of course people here were saying, for example, that yes, we should always hold the polluters responsible for what they have caused, but nobody mentioned the word polluting or call anybody a polluter. But we do understand that the framing of the narrative is usually very important. So get that one very right, because if you are debating on a given subject matter, then get right the terminologies that goes with that subject matter. For example, I sit as a global program resilience advisor in Christian Aid. So I usually receive reports from many countries, including Bangladesh, which somebody mentioned. And when I want to review the report, I look for key terminologies. Very fast, I can tell by just reading the introduction bit of it that this is a good report. This is a very bad report. When I just miss the key terminologies. So there's the aspect of grasping the key terminologies. Once you grasp the key terminologies, normally it is very easy to debate because you build on them in explaining yourself. But overall, we did very well. And I think I see opportunities of young men and women who can be nurtured to play a critical role in the future in terms of shaping our development pathway. Yeah. Personally, I never did anything related with climate change. There was nothing like that during our time. But what I did, if I may just tell you, my first degree was on engineering. And to be very specific, I did agricultural engineering, an option on water and soil conservation. Then after that, I got employed in the civil society on an environmental conservation program. Basically, it was dealing on agroforestry. Over time, I grew up, then climate change was coming into the program. I was posted to the climate change program as one of the project officers. Then I became a manager in the same project. Then later on, I got some small scholarships here and there. I went to Sweden, I went to Canada, I learned a bit of climate change. But now, when I sit on the climate change space, I speak like a person who perhaps you may think that I did climate change in my undergraduate, which is not so. So really, this is an eye-opener that opportunities are there for you to influence on matters development, including on climate change, whether you are doing agriculture, whether you are doing Bachelor of Education, whether you are doing anything to do with engineering, because it is a cross-cutting issue. But it's important for us to really understand about the key driving terminologies in this sector, and also understanding where we are coming from when we are talking about climate justice, which is basically derived from the principle of the polluter pay. That's why we are holding the developed countries responsible for what they cost. But again, a very good debate, for example, that we need not to go follow that path. We are hearing from you, because now we have got opportunities to develop in a clean way, very balanced reasoning. But on the other side, look, we also justified to provide for food to our people, yeah, addressing the SDGs, and therefore we should be allowed, for example, to emit and peak to address poverty, which is quite justified. Therefore, you cannot say that so and so is wrong, so and so is right. What really advances your cause is how you argue your case and what facts are you presenting for that case. It is justified for Africa, I can tell you, as a practitioner for many years, to emit. We say that we should be allowed to emit until we peak, because our people don't have food. Our people are dying of diseases. You get it? It's justified. You give examples. Then again, it is not justified to do that, because there are opportunities like you are citing renewable energy, new technology, and many others. So I think really the argument is not who is right, who is wrong. It is first providing a rebuttal, but providing facts, and particularly the aspect of citation of data and sources. And the sources don't have to be what is really documented. It could be also lived experience, including aspects like COVID-19 that we just come from. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Pana Abuya. Yeah, first is to thank all the presenters. That was beyond my expectation. You did it very well. The proposers and the opposers. At some point, some of the proposers did it very well when they were opposing. But we are keen to get the average mark of both the proposer and the opposer. I was also impressed by the mastery of the subject matter. This is touching on energy and global climate change discourse. And I was impressed by a few members who are keen to identify some of those renewable energy options that we have for Africa. There are two things I expected. For those proposers to base the argument on, or opposers to base their argument on benefits in terms of economic development, or on health and other climate-related issues. Also, the evidence-based was very key, and I was keen to capture some of those evidence-based feedback or presentation from all the members. This is teamwork. A team of three, one could do very well, but maybe one could a bit lower the score for the team. But in our teamwork, you get the average. One can attain 90, another was 70, another was 50. The average will be hapo katikati, isn't it? But all the same, it is teamwork. The other teams that prepared it very well. I will not mention which university. I'm sure in the afternoon we'll know those who will proceed to finals, quarterfinals, and the finals. But there are those that were very well prepared. They did a bit of research. They were citing the IPPC reports, latest. I was expecting to cite it as 2022. There are few who also mentioned issues on global discourse, like COP28. I was also expecting the proponent or the opposers to cite some of the gaps that need to be put in place as we get to COP29 and later this year. One of the teams was key to identify some of the green energy options that we have in Africa. Cited the late Turkana wind power, but I expected also to mention maybe it's a 310 megawatt, and it's one of the biggest in the global south in Africa actually. I was also expecting other examples that are working. One of you mentioned geothermal power, and that is a very good point to support the renewable energy. So this discourse, I expected to base your argument on renewable energy that we have captured here as dirty energy, clean energy, or non-renewable energy that we have, of the dirty energy, the fossil fuels and others. So based on the argument, they will inform whether your group get to the next level. Then finally, this should not discourage you. Even the team that may not go to the final, you can still, there is room for improvement. There are other activities of similar nature that should be promoted. I wish we had such a debate at Africa level where all universities can also play, participate in such a discourse, so that we can also sensitize our young people across Africa and global south. Finally, let me thank the teams that were able to present. I think all universities were presented, and also taking time to come to this very important debate. I know most universities, actually all of them are now in long holiday, so it's really a sacrifice to be here today. Thank you, Omami, for excellent guidance. Timekeeping was very good, apt. You are actually very, very keen on time. Thank you, and I wish you all the best as we meet in the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are remarks from our judges, and as per the commission provided, allow me seek guidance from Chuka University on how we head for our lunch. Before I pass the mic to Chuka University for further guidance, I'm guided that we missed a very important opportunity of branding ourselves as the summer school team. I'm sure majority of you are in access of summer school t-shirts. The communication lead is requesting that immediately after lunch, before we given a guidance of the next step of the next level of debate, we can have another good group photo. Permission granted? Am I granted permission? Allow me pass this to Chuka University.
Okay, thank you very much. And for this session, we've been here. We really want to appreciate each one of you, those that have taken part, those that were praying silently for the others to be able to perform the way you wanted them to perform. But as we have been told, there is no winner and there is no loser. We are all learning and we want the best for our globe. Now our lunch is ready. Just the way we did the tea, we will do the lunch. First floor will be for all the other staff. Ground floor will be for our students. All the students go to ground floor and first floor for the staff. Maybe we can pray for lunch. Father, in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus, we want to thank you and bless you and glorify you. Thank you for the energy that you have given us even throughout the day up to this particular time. We thank you for your provision. We thank you for each and everything that you have given us to be able to be alive. Thank you for the food that you have given us. We ask you to bless it and sanctify it, that as we take it, it will be fit for our bodies. And if there are people that do not have, may you provide them for them in your own way. We thank you and we take it with grateful hearts. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
So ni uko kwako. So ni uko kwako.
Mimi maybe nimeanza kunipia.
1 2 check 1 2 check.
chance with low probability. Debaters from the 6 universities, you are again going to be subjected to a random test. You take positions, right? Are we together? This time around it will be a little bit different. Maybe let's try that. May I have the 6 leads? As we wait for the bench to come, I may not want to bring you into the attention that you choose who to debate. I'm still waiting for 3 more people here. And this time round, I may be in the middle. Come. 1 more university. She's coming, eh? So as she comes, this is where we need the advice of the leads. As you, or maybe let me call them the patrons at the moment, with the debate leads, that we give you 3 minutes. You consult among yourself, you bring us the best 3 debaters. Combine your proposition and your position so that you give us the best, you give us the best 3. At the time that you are ready with the best 3, I'm hoping the leadership will still remain, but if you bring another leader, still fine. We don't deny. So that we give you the rounds, how you present yourself. I'm hoping that is clear. Is that okay? Are we in agreement? So before we set out as the leads, kindly go back, convene as a small cocoon in your university, bring us the best 3. I think 3 minutes is enough. You can widely consult, and you're allowed as the other leads, our patrons are coming in. Quickly have just a small meeting, you give us the 3. As now the judges have come, I know time may be limited. Take your positions as you bring us the 3. So by the time you come, you're coming, the 3 of you.
Siwezi kariwa, niko na vitu zangu za kufanya. I have my own jobs. Hiyo ndio ndio nasikia stress. Jana tulishinda ile ilikuwa ni mchoka. Nyonga nikalala. Ndio saa 3. Bani sasa. Aingia kwa kitanda vizuri. This kabili. Mulituma information kweli. Mulituma information kweli. Unajua alikuwa ametafuta.
Hata umeona mail yangu. Faith.
Nafungua.
Hey.
That all the debaters will come here, then we let them do as we agreed. We excuse them, they go out. We have the first round, the second round, and the third round, right? Allow me now once again bring the Meru University. The Meru University team here, the three debaters. Number 2, Tharaka University, if you're ready. Number 3, Chuka University. Number 4, Embu University. 5, Dedan Kimathi. Number 6 is Karatina. Chuka University is here. I'm hoping that now we have 6 of them. This time round I want to be in between here. I'm not a judge anyway. So we are going to expect 18 members here, right? 18 members. May someone confirm to me that Meru University as the lead, the 3 of you are here? Meru University, you're complete. May we come to Tharaka University? Tharaka University, are you 3 of you? Are you 3? Oh, Tharaka is coming. Chuka University, 3 of you. Embu University, Embu, confirm your 3. Oh, she is here. Dedan Kimadi, confirm your 3. Karatina, confirm your 3, please. Are you 3? Karatina, you're 3. May I have the 6 leads in front? Okay. As we agreed, I'm once again putting this in front of you. Choose one. I know their numbers, and keep cool with them. I may not want to use these because already you are identified by universities, right? You are going to, out of what you are as a representation of the university, going to likely realize that you're going to compare or pair with another team. And therefore, allow me to declare the number 1s. If your list is number 1, kindly, members, note me. Number 1s. This is which university? University of Embu. Dedan Kimathi University. This time round, University of Embu and Dedan Kimathi are going to meet for discussion or for debate, for debate. Allow us get the number 2s. Maybe a moment of silence. A moment of silence. Thank you. We've received once again new visitors. May we request the visitors that we just finish whatever was going on in a minute's time before we welcome them. May we recognize the number 2s. Number 2. Which university? Tharaka University. Chuka University. So Tharaka University versus Chuka University are now going to debate. The last round, may we recognize the number 3s. This is Meru University, Karatina University. If you realize that this is going to change the institutional arrangement of the first set of debate, right? Chuka met with Tharaka. The probability, as we discussed, was minimal, yes? Once again, it is by the choice that you made. We may not have any control. I'm advised that we reshuffle again, eh? Yes. May I request that I get the guidance of the judges?
Yeah, I think we need to reshuffle because they debated already. So yes, the probability has happened, the weight has happened. It's a small number because of the sample size. So that one happens when you deal with a small sample size for those who are doing maths. So you can reshuffle again.
Yeah, I'm prepared. Yes. Bring the papers. I'm prepared.
We say that that one has been cancelled. We're going for another good round of choosing. Then again, we see how it comes out.
And you may have to close your eyes.
I think he had a mind.
Yeah. I'm not able to get there.
As the leads, allow me to confirm there are 6 of them. Once again, we subject you to take 1-1. Once again, may we recognize the number ones. This is Meru University versus Dedan Kimathi. I'm hoping that that is being noted.
Yeah.
Number twos. This is University of Embu, Tharaka University. Then the last round, number 3s. Chuka versus Karatina.
Yeah, that's good.
May the judges allow that is okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
With the guidance that is provided in the house, we may a little bit shift the program, but allow me that we request that as all debaters, since we removed you from the congregation, may you take the other seats as I welcome Kiboro for just a minute, kindly.
Thank you very much, Duncan. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I can see the way you are trying to pair the teams. You decided to use the theory of chance, probability theory. I think that is excellent for fairness. Now, this afternoon we are privileged to have received a guest from Equity Bank rather. And what I say is that a good idea, a good action is like a river. As it flows down, it is joined by other tributaries and other bigger rivers. Equity, we have the MD Equity Group with us. And before I invite the acting Vice Chancellor to come and invite them, allow me to say that the reason as to why they are here is because Equity has what they call Equity Group Foundation, and they have robust programs that are focused on climate change and adaptation strategies. And by that, it implies that they are key players on this issue that all concerned parties are working around to come up with a solution on how we can have a better future by addressing things that are affecting our environment. So at this point, I really want to appreciate their presence. They may not be with us for long because they have to meet other partners. So I hope their presence is welcome. Thank you very much. So at this juncture, allow me to invite Professor Gidai to come and officially invite them. And perhaps because of the tight schedule that they have, perhaps you should request the MD to introduce the team and then maybe give his address. Thank you. Welcome, Prof. Okay.
I think he has already introduced the team, but I believe you have enjoyed yourselves so far. You have learned a lot. You have networked. I've been watching you. I may not be here with you physically, but I've been seeing what you guys are doing, and we are proud of you. So with us, we are privileged to have a team that they deal with things that we cannot live without. Can we live without money? Can we live without money? Can we live without health? Yeah? So Equity team will be here to let us know what they do. We know them, we are their customers, and we have partners. We have partnered in very many ways. So I want to request the MD, Mr. Gerard Waroi, to give his remarks as he introduces his team. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, DVC, Professor Gidai. Thank you very much, Dean, Dr. Kiboro. Thank you very much, the panelists. Thank you very much, the students. We really appreciate accommodating us, interrupting with your session. We really apologize with humility. We are here. We are just coming for a courtesy visit. This university is one of our esteemed clients. We had a meeting today with our SME in Chuka, but we realized we felt we can't go back to Nairobi without visiting the university. Because if they hear that Equity from head office were here, and they didn't even come to say hi, for sure they will not take it easily, because we are partners in this. With me is this gentleman. He's called Elias Gitari. Elias Gitari is our branch manager, Chuka. He's grown with us. He started as a cashier, now he's a branch manager. Thank you. He's the one who takes care of this university. Next person, that is Elizabeth Gadai. Elizabeth Gadai is our group director in charge of SME. Today we are talking about SME customers. And that's why we came with her to really talk to the SME customers for Chuka. She's been with the Equity Bank for the last 23 years. She started as a clerk and she has risen up the rank to become the director at the group. Thank you, Elizabeth. The next one is Stephen Mwaniki. Stephen Mwaniki is the regional manager in charge of 27 branches within this area. And he starts from Thika, Kagema, Nyeri, Meru, Chuka, all the way. So he's in charge of 27 branches and about 6 sub-branches. So Stephen has been with us in the bank 32 years with Equity Bank. So that is a small team that I came with. We are expecting others, maybe they must have been held up somewhere. So my name is Gerard Waroi. I take care of Equity Bank Kenya. I'm sure you know Daktari, isn't it? I'm sure you know Dr. James Mwagi. So when most of the time you hear Equity, they see Dr. James. James is our group MD, and I'm the MD for Kenya, but he takes care, he's my boss. He takes care of all the other subsidiaries in DRC, in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Tanzania, South Sudan. Yeah, that is our boss. So mine is really to appreciate this session. A very great session, advancing global climate change. A very important topic, because the environment or where we are living, were it not for the environment, good environment, will not be where we are today as a country, as people, because we have seen those people that don't maintain good climate change, how destructive it has been. So I'm sure engaging here, you are not only engaging here, I believe you are engaging here, and when you go out there, you go to action. the learnings you are going to get from here, let's go under action in our villages. And we are going to transform, we are going to prevent adverse climate change. This is a topic that is actually in the front line. Group-wise, people are speaking about, talking about climate change. There is no meeting that is happening, even in the global world, and even in our country, and even in our Africa, without talking about how do we protect ourselves from climate change. So it's a good topic, and I like the way you've come to really participate and discuss and share best practice in terms of what we can be able to do to protect ourselves for the future. As it has been mentioned by DVC or Dean, we as Equity Bank, we are in the front line in terms of championing climate change. And to demonstrate, we have a directorate. It's actually championed at the group level by a group director. Even in Kenya, we have a director, and we have a department that takes care of the environment. And the environment here is looking at all these aspects, whether it's from tree planting, and I want to share with you, when we are celebrating our 35 years, Equity was registered in 1984. So if you do 35 years, that was when? 20 when? 35 years plus 84? 95 plus 84? Yeah, 2019. 2019, we undertook, as we are celebrating 35 years, to plant 35 million trees. So far, we have progressed. We have planted 23 million. So we have another 12 million to go. And we normally partner with institutions like this university. I believe even the other university that has been mentioned, whether it is Karatina University, Ebu University, Ebu, Chuka, Laraka, all these universities, I believe in one way or another, we are also there to participate in terms of tree planting. And if you have not done in university, please reach out to our branch, if it's Karatina branch, because we even donate trees. We even go somewhere and we say, can we be given this land? We come and we plant, we make it an equity forest. So we don't only look after money. We don't only do financial money. We do social and economic. So from our social perspective, we are doing a lot of things. Beyond that, we have partnered with a number of institutions, universities, schools, secondary schools, to power them. Instead of using firewood, we are enabling them to put LPG gas. Because there are so many trees that are cut to fuel the kitchens. So when you are fueling the kitchens, you are destroying the environment. So we support universities to put LPG gas, and it comes with a lot of benefits. Financial benefits, even health benefits. Because when your kitchen are fueled using firewood, there are challenges there, even from a health perspective. But when you put LPG gas, it reduces. So we are also supporting. When you go down there, even to the Mama Boga and the rest, we have come up with clean energy products that we support our customers with. Clean jikos, smart jikos, so that we move away from destroying our climate or our environment. And these products are in our branches. We have supported our customers with quite a number of those products to consume them. Other than that, again, farmers, we are supporting farmers in terms of doing irrigation, supporting them to finance them in terms of doing irrigation, drilling boreholes, putting solars to power their homes, to do farming using power, solar. So those are a number of initiatives that we are doing to support and to protect this environment. And I think once we partner together with institutions like yours, the bank comes in I believe we are going to do much more. And I believe you have also heard in terms of the government, the initiative the government has brought into perspective in terms of championing the climate change. So everybody is talking about climate change. Because that tree we are planting, that tree you are tethering, in the next few days, years, it is going to create a shade for someone. The energy, the oxygen, the environment, we breathe nice or good air. So mine is to challenge you. You are still young. Please embrace this in terms of protecting. Let's educate our parents. Let's educate the community, because by so doing, you'll be playing a very key role. And the community will appreciate that you are not only as students, but beyond going as students, you are educating them. Because some of our parents, they have never gone to school. So cutting a tree to them, they don't look at it from a destruction of the environment. But when you educate them, you tell them these are products you can buy in terms of saving or maybe protecting the environment, they really appreciate. So you have a role as a student to go and ensure that the society, the community you come from, you also play a key role. So whatever you run, please, don't just go and keep it to yourself. Go and share with other people. When you light a candle and use that candle to light another candle, it doesn't go down, isn't it? It doesn't go off. So if you have that knowledge, go and use it. Go and share with somebody else. So that when you share with others, for sure, will create an impact. And whenever you are in this world, it's about how are you creating an impact into the society. So you have a role, I have a role to go and ensure that we protect our environment for our future, for our generations and generations to come. So allow me to stop there, because I know we have interrupted with your program, but once again say thank you very much for even allowing us to come in and to interfere with your program. We really appreciate being given that opportunity. And once again, is to appreciate all of you. And we are grateful, and I want to wish the students all the very best in your studies, in whatever you are doing, those debates. But the big thing is whatever you run, go and do something. Don't run and then you leave it here. Otherwise, you have an answer one day, a question, and you may not have an answer. When you are taught, what did you do to your community? What did you do to your family? You learned about climate change to prevent, yet you didn't do something. We are experiencing rainfall. Ensure you also planting trees. Ensure those trees are tethered, they are taken care of. It's not about planting, but planting and tethering. So let me wish you the very best and say thank you very much once again, the panel. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate it. Thank you very much, DVC. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MT Equity Group, or rather Equity Bank. You'll agree with me that this is a rare privilege that we've had this afternoon. It's not common, or it's not just every other time we have the opportunity to be addressed by a managing director of a big institution like Equity Bank. So we really appreciate it for those very encouraging remarks. And I think the challenge that you have left here is that whatever we learn, let's not just leave it here, let's also walk the talk. So thank you very much. So in the interest of time, I'll return the mic to Duncan. And then, of course, the MD is going to meet other people, as I mentioned. So I think we are going to excuse them. Our professor, Professor Gilay, DVC, is going to see them off and also accompany you as the other process, the activity goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and quickly, because of the interest of time, may I request all the debaters to go out as we receive the first round of the debaters on the floor. as a moment of some little silence, we're requesting that the leads, the 6 leads of the universities, to come to the floor for a small clarification. These are the lead. Where are the 2 leads? We said that the first round will go by Meru and Dedan Kimathi. Right? Where is Meru? Dedan Kimathi, a step ahead. May I have the 2 of you to choose between the proposing and the opposing team?
Proposal.
Meru University takes the proposing side, and then we have Dedan Kimathi, the opposition side. May I have Embu and Tharaka University? I'm hoping that we are noting. This is Tharaka. This time round is now you're proposing. You're opposing. Thank you. Allow me have the last round, which is Chuka and Karatina.
The previous one is?
Meru and Dedan Kimathi. Meru will be proposing. Dedan Kimathi will be opposing.
Meru and Dedan, Embu and Tharaka.
Tharaka will be proposing, Embu will be opposing. Now, in the last round that we have Chuka versus Karatina, here comes, you take the floor. This is Chuka will be opposing, Tharaka will be proposing. Karatina, sorry. The Karatina will be proposing. May I submit that I request that Meru and Dedan Kimathi to take the first round.
Should I call them?
Yeah.
Yes, call Meru and Dedan Kimathi. As now we go to the second set of this debate, we're going to stick to the time as agreed. The same principles remains, the rule remains. It is at 4:24 p.m. and you'll be having still your 7 minutes each. I'm hoping we had already introduced ourselves earlier, unless any change. This time round, you are at liberty to take the floor. Let's quickly start. The game remains. The theme still remains, igniting the Comrades' power. But this time round,
We still need the names.
I'm told that the judges still needs the name. We will repeat the process and we will have you introduce yourself as we did the previous time. May I have the comms person to do the guidance? We can start by the introduction. The proposer side, kindly do your introduction.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ogola Pius from Meru University.
Good afternoon, Purity Noel, Meru University.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Edward Keith, Meru University. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Victor Kranja, Dedan Kimathi University.
My name is Martha Elizabeth Ngoiri, Dedan Kimathi University.
My name is Janice Ndoroge, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology.
And here we go. It is now time for all of us, both in the developing and developed countries, to take the climate action. We cannot blame the North any further for climate atrocities. Africa must take responsibility. May the proposers set the agenda right.
I would like to bring it to your attention that we need a combining force, both developing and developed countries, in order to terminate or mitigate climate change. We would like to support the motions that no blame game should be reliant to the global north, as one of the reasons being that they have supported Africans in terms of the technological and financial resources in order to advance on alternative sources of energy. Another thing being the growing urbanization and in developing countries, meaning that it will hasten an energy demand. If this energy demand is to be facilitated using fossil fuel, meaning that the impact may be catastrophic. So we need to unite in order to mitigate climate change altogether.
Today we stand at a critical juncture in fight against climate justice. While it's true that collective action is required, is essential, we must not lose sight of historical realities and principles of fairness and equity. On to point number one, principle of fairness and equity. According to Paris Agreement, Article 2.2, it says that it emphasizes contributing the risk. Imagine 4%, the global north contributing 95%. This is according to Lancet Planetary Health Organization study that was conducted in 2022. Thank you.
May the proposal stand.
United we stand, divided we fall. Africa is not a lone wolf. Africa is in this big meeting in the COP20. We even had 30 leaders of African states sitting in there. We need them. We need to be together. We trade with them, we export to them, we import from them. So together, we need to deliberate on these matters that are going to mitigate climate change. Second, Africa is very vulnerable, as you have been told. Africa is vulnerable. These climate change effects are going to hit Africa the most. So, instead of us sitting down and deciding for the global north to take action, we need to start to take care of our motherland. We need to start to take care. Look at Mozambique, 2019, a flood hitting the fourth largest town, destroying its infrastructure to a cyclone Idaya, imagine, around that time. So we as Africans need to be the front line, because we already know what it is going to cost us, such a huge chunk, such a big pain. We need to be there so that we can be able to be amongst the people mitigating and deciding for the changes that we want to happen to us. Thank you.
There's no justice without accountability. There's no justice without accountability. Being responsible for 90% of the emissions in the whole world, globally, the global north countries should take responsibility for what they have done to the economy, to the environment, to the social impact, that the effects of this climate change, the effects of such as droughts, there's depletion of resources, there's air and soil degradation. They should take accountability, and Africa have other priorities. We have development priorities, such as the SDG goal number 1 is eradication of poverty. Number 2 is fighting against hunger. How are we going to concentrate on such sustainable development goals whereas we are concentrating on things like climate actions? We are contributing the least. Yes, we are the most affected. Then we should focus more on growing our economy so that these effects that are hitting us, the cyclones, the droughts, the prolonged rains, we will be able to cope. When that time comes, climate change is here with us. It's going nowhere. It's not going to leave. It's about how we are going to adapt and how we are going to mitigate these effects. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by saying what my colleague is just echoing here, that is null and void. We all know that Africa needs to industrialize to develop her economy. And by industrializing, we are putting Africa at the verge of meeting excess. The other thing, we all know that, as my colleague has stated here, we need to work, irrespective of the fact that the global north contributes excess. We all know that Africa is affected by the fact that it does not even contribute 5% of the global emissions. Now, when we talk of climate crisis, affects not only the global north that are producing excess, but also Africa. And as I conclude, I want to say that the Bible says in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter number 32, verse 30, that one can put into flight 1,000, but two can put 10,000. That is to say, the global climate crisis can only be addressed when both parties, both affected, both producing and not producing, work together cohesively. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if there is one thing that me and my colleague here agree on, is that Africa is not a lone wolf. Indeed, it is not. It is a pack of wolves, 54 to be exact. The global south countries, with the entirety of Africa falling into that category, are facing some of the most disastrous effects from climate change. The Horn of Africa, that is Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, recently recovered from a 40-year drought, one of the worst ever experienced. We've had floods recently in Kenya that have led to the displacement of more than 200,000 people across the country. Yet we are required, we, the countries with the least economic capacity to handle these disasters, to come up and clean their mess that they made. So why should we take up their cross? They contributed 92% of this mess. So why should we share the burden halfway? The Paris Agreement of 2015 led to the formulation of nationally determined contributions that each country is to fulfill by 2030. Now, for that to happen for Africa, we need to raise not less than $3 trillion. Now tell me, should we abandon as a continent sustainable goals? Should we abandon our priorities in the chase of cleaning up a mess that was brought to us? You tell me.
Thank you for this opportunity yet again. Now that we are together and have known that climate change is catastrophic as is, allow me to say that in our sustainable goals, they were a blueprint for the betterment of the living conditions and mitigation of climate change. Why should we, as countries, decide to go sit as African countries, 30 leads of African countries, go sit down just to listen and not put to action what has been said? Let us not be those people. Let us be people who are revolutionary as comrades. Let us be people who are rapid, who listen and take to action. So if at all we are going to mitigate climate change, if at all we are going to adapt, if at all we are going to improve our living standards and conditions in Africa, if at all we are going to sustain agribusiness, if at all we are going to sustain fishing, we are going to sustain our mineral reserves, we need to be people who are going to take steps to protect our motherland. Thank you.
I was internalizing heavily this evening on the half-truths that the proposers are presenting to us. They want to tell me I contribute to 4% and someone contributes 92%. And I take care of myself. You are not. On to the first point. 100 billion US dollars. 100 billion US dollars is taken to finance Africa due to this alleged climate change. Again, can you compare the difference? Developed countries and not even developed. You want to tell me that now I myself can take care of myself when we have proven time and again we cannot make it on ourselves? Why are we lying to ourselves? We have the truth to ourselves. You contributed to 92%. According to World Bank, Africa still faces challenges like high debt and limited physical space. And now you want to tell me, oh, develop on your own? Thank you.
I now have the proposals to rewind. The proposals wind up with conclusive remark. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say this, that the fight against climate atrocities will only be won when all of us come together, both the global north and the African continent. We cannot say that they produced enough, let them eat their cake. Remember, as they eat their cake, we are also on the verge of losing ourselves. They produced 92, as they are saying, but who are on the verge of suffering the most? We do not have technological, neither financial support, because we are third world countries. We are still developing. Africa is punching below her weight in terms of development. We all depend on the global north for survival. Why then, if we depend
And the lion for security. Leave and ditch the lion. Who is going to secure us? Thank you.
It should be noted that the world is coming from a particularly hard bout of COVID-19 just recently. It is therefore even worse for global south countries to manage to meet the quota that is required of them economically, that is, in order to meet the global north even halfway to climate change. And for that, the global north has for the longest time exercised malice with impunity. And we are here to say no more. If at all Africa is going to stand together, then let it be to be against what could very well be climate colonialism. Thank you.
Thank you, members, and that comes to an end of this round of a discussion. May we request the debaters to take the floor. May I request that the second set be called, that is Tharaka and Embu University.
It's becoming a debate. And they have the right one. They were testing water. That's why I didn't want to.
May, with the guidance of the help of our tech, can we have Tharaka and Embu University taking the second round? Dear ladies and gentlemen, on stage is Tharaka University versus Embu. May I recognize this team? Which university? Tharaka. This is Embu. The rules and the regulations are still remains the same. You will be requested to introduce yourself as we did in the previous debate. May I request at this moment we have the tech person to guide with the mics. The proposers, the floor is yours. May you have a quick introduction.
I'm Mongo Kelvin from Tharaka University.
You're requested when you're speaking kindly, in the interest of having us captured, you stand.
I'm Mongo Kelvin from Tharaka University.
All protocol observed. I'm Samuel Ian Kipwais, Tharaka University.
All protocol observed. I'm Barbara Leila from Tharaka University.
Good afternoon. I'm Rose from University of Embu.
Greetings, members, honorable judges and members in the audience. My name is Brian Omoyo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yvonne Mokami, University of Embu.
Thank you, members. That is the introduction, and we are not going to buy more time. We are igniting the comrade power, and here comes. It is now time for us, both in developing and developed countries, to take climate action. We cannot blame the North any further for climate atrocities. Africa must take responsibility. May I have the proposers to set the agenda right?
Okay, all protocols observed. I am here to propose this motion, and I can say that Africa, we should stop pointing fingers onto the northern countries remember, when we are pointing a finger onto them, the other fingers are pointing onto us. Meaning that, despite the fact that we are emitting less emissions into the environment, there's still need that for us to do more action, to take more actions on mitigating the emissions of the gases. Hereby, all the countries, if it is the Northern or the African countries, we should take the measures which are supposed to be taken, such as planting trees. If it is to use the dirty energy things, we should stop using those all those, so that we can have a common goal as a global people, so that this is for all of us. It is not for one continent. Even if we say that we Africa have already taken this part, what about the Northern? If they will not take that part, also us will be disadvantaged. So if you want to work far, we should work together. And if you want to work fast, then we should let one continent. That means we are not supposed to work as alone. We should work as a group, us with the Northern countries, so that we can achieve this goal of mitigating these carbon emissions. Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of the opposers, and mine is to just introduce what my co-debaters will be saying. Climate change or climate action is a current topic currently in the society and in the world in general. Africa produces less than 4%, it's exactly 4% according to statistics backed by the World Environmental Program and other environmental organizations. My colleagues will be handling the issue of polluter-based principle. Polluter-based principle talks about the polluters are the ones who to bear the greatest responsibility, and Africa being one of the least polluters, unlike the North, which bears the brunt of polluting up to 92% of global emissions which are harmful to the atmosphere. Another issue which will be handled will be inadequate resources amongst African nations to tackle the climate change crisis. Thank you.
Okay, on the same part of it, as Africans, we should not consider saying that only the part of the continent which is providing emissions to the one to be blamed. Remember, the blame we are taking to them, it also affects us. For example, we should share this as responsibility as us all. Remember, we are in one earth, we are not in two planets. So, they emit, we get affected. The second one, it also needs us as Africans to lead as an example. I would like to congratulate these people who have made these organizations. It's now leading all part of the world. We are portraying good example as Africans of saying that when we come together and work as one world, we are going to fight this thing called environmental degradation. And as we come here, let us all unite and make sure that we lead by example. Let's not wait because the one from the north are the one who are doing this emission. We ourselves get affected. It not only affects us as a person or as a country or as a continent, it affects us, even the living standard of the people. Remember, the emission of these gases leads to the destroyal of the ozone layers, to the destroyal of plant growth. So, this one leads to what? Poor maintenance. And as Africans, let's come together and the world and stop this. Thank you.
As earlier mentioned by my co-debater, I shall be addressing my argument by using two limbs. The first argument will be on the polluter pay principle, And the other argument will be on the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. On the polluter pay principle, it provides that the party that has polluted the environment is the one that will take charge to bear the cost of the same. Therefore, based on the study report that was done by the Lancet Planetary Health, it provided that 92% of the global emissions were conducted by the global north. As such, being the polluters, they are the ones to bear the cost of the same. Next, secondly, the common but differentiated responsibility principle. Well, this principle recognizes the need for every country to take responsibility for climate action. However, and I will not tell you the however part, it also requires that the greater contributor of the global emitter should be the one to take the larger cost. And as such, based on the study report by the Lancet Planetary Health, the global north being the highest with 92%, they ought to be the biggest contributors. Thank you.
Pardon for that. As in transition for this global report, which you are...
Hold the mic closer to your mouth.
In transition for us Africa working together with the Western countries, we can be able to create more job opportunities for our country and for the others, because in transition for that we can, economic opportunities can be created by African countries working together with the North in creating for renewable energy resources that we can be using such as yesterday we had a tree planting sessions. We can be planting trees, species which can be able to absorb the emissions that are being casted out. And we can agree that together, working together is more, unity is more strong than being left alone to work alone as a country, because if Africa is left alone to work for itself, it cannot be able to manage to be able to find itself to be able to work for itself for the northern countries will be wanting grants from us.
Just to build on to what my co-debaters have stated and rebut the opposer sides. The opposer's logic is similar to putting unarmed soldiers at the war place where the war front is toughest. And that does not make sense. Africa is already struggling, grappling with high and extreme poverty levels. 23 out of the 28 most poorest countries are in Africa. 35.5% of Africa lives below $1 a day. We as comrades, I know we understand. Now, why should we add on to the already extreme and terrible situation that Africa is already in a battle where we did not take active part in the emissions, but they want us to take responsibility? No. The way I see it, it's not too late for the opposers to join the winning side, as there is space in front of me for the 3 seats. And we should be looking at how should the people or the countries that have contributed most to the emissions, how will they, and there are many years of industrialization and revenue and resources, how will they help us as a globe take and mitigate the climate change and get responses that do not necessarily have to do with Africa taking responsibility, because it's not a mess we created, so it's a mess that they should help us fix. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here to make a conclusion on our proposition side. Panel, let's view this. Africa, they are trying to argue that the North countries should take responsibility. In a class situation, for example, one person gets 90% of a test, and then another one gets 10% of a test. If we want to find a mean grade, where will we lie? We'll come back to at the lower side. The same with this situation of climate. If Africa will know this pattern, say that they should be left out in the part of trying to mitigate these measures, only northern countries. Maybe the northern countries disagree with this issue and continue emitting these carbon gases into the environment. Who will continue to suffer? Also, Africa will suffer. They will still be at the lower economic. Northern will also be at their high level of economic. But in terms of climate, all of us will suffer. We are not in another planet. We are not in another planet. We are on the same planet. So the moment the northern countries continue emitting carbon, you will be affected too. This is a matter that will come together, all of us, and decide what to do so that we can mitigate these carbon emissions. And it's a responsibility of all of us. Despite the fact that we are emitting high carbons, and despite the fact that Africa is emitting low carbons, all of us, we should come together and come up with measures of how we can battle with this disaster. Thank you.
Just to wind up on the opposer side, it is unfair to not hold into account those who are responsible. Everybody has to be held accountable for their actions, and it's high time for the global north to be held accountable for the amount that is 92% of global emissions that are emitting into the atmosphere. And as Africa, we have to be funded by the global north because they are the greatest contributors to this issue, because without them polluting the atmosphere, climate action would not be an issue at the moment and would not be a topic of discussion, because as Africa, we are doing good as at now. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Now this comes to the end of the second round of this debate between Tharaka University and Embu University. May the debaters join the congregation. May I now request that we transition to the last round of the debaters between Karatina University and Chuka University. May someone guide. Karatina University versus Chuka University as the last round. May I recognize that, which is this university? Karatina, Chuka University. I'm hoping that you prepared enough as we start this. The rules of the game remains. You do the introduction and we interchange. We start with the proposers.
Honorable judges and members present.
Kindly confirm your mic.
Honorable judges and members present, good afternoon. My name is Haron Wainaina from Karatina University. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Margaret Naimanzai, representing Karatina University.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Again, I'm Francis Mweka, Karatina University. Thank you.
Members of the bench, the audience, my name is Evans Moshanga from Chuka University. Thank you.
Greetings, honorable members of the bench and the audience. I am Kelly Kenya, representing Chuka University.
Greetings to the judges and the audience. My name is Brian Rivera, Chuka University.
Ladies and gentlemen, igniting the comrade power still remains the responsibility of the youth. Here comes. It's now time for all of us, both in developing and developed countries, to take climate action. We cannot blame the North any further for climate atrocities. Africa must take responsibility. May the proposers set the agenda right.
Honorable judges and members, kindly allow me to introduce the agenda. So, as African continent, we should not blame the global North countries. This is because, for example, if I point my finger at you, the three fingers are pointing at myself. So if we continue blaming the global North countries, we are going to face a lot of challenges as Africans. It's now upon we call ourselves and join together as to protect our planet Earth. Because if we continue blaming the others, we are not going to solve this issue of global climate, which is really affecting us as the world. It's not only affecting the people who are blaming the global countries, it's affecting both of us. So we should not blame the global countries, because if we continue doing so, the challenges we are experiencing right now is going to continue affecting both of us. And if it's going to affect both of us, what is our solution? We're not going to come up with solution. So it's time for all of us to come up with solution so that we could help our planet Earth, which is facing a lot of challenges. Thank you.
Honorable members of the bench and the audience at large, it's indeed a pleasure to appear before you once again to further substantiate these affairs. It's not incumbent upon us to cherry-pick issues which we shall solve. It's incumbent upon us to ensure that we solve issues and solve them wholesomely. Allow me to define the motion and give definitions for three key terms: developing countries, developed countries, and climate atrocities. Developing and developed countries are contradistinguished by the GDP and the GNI. It goes without saying that developed countries have a greater GNI and GDP than developing countries. Climate atrocities, honorable bench and the audience at large, cuts across drought, cuts across floods, cuts across environmental degradation. Therefore, honorable members of the bench, it has been asserted, it has been alleged by the first proposer that three fingers point to Africa, three fingers point to us. However, we would love to put it forth that three fingers actually point to the global north. One finger points to Africa. It is our assertion, therefore, that we will present facts, statistics, and figures to further substantiate our claim. We shall create the substratum of this particular discussion and ensure the second and third opposers ensure that they give the solutions that we present, hopefully at COP29. Thank you.
Good evening again, once again. On to my first point. We are all vulnerable to climate change. it does not know this is Africa, this is Kenya, this is northern countries or the developed countries. When the sea levels are rising, it creates a greater impact to all of us. And to the developed countries, they have many ways in which they serve themselves, or when there is a tragedy, they come up in a haste and do that very quick. But in Africa, as we are trying so much to compete with them, as we are trying so much to be like, who is the largest producer of carbon, we are not doing any justice to ourselves. Because we see that most of the climate change are affecting Africans at large. It is just recently that the East African coast of Africa was largely affected by the Hidaya cyclone. Thank you.
Once again, honorable members of the bench and the audience, I would like to bring forth and build up on what the first opposer said. I'm going to bring forth the strict liability that was enunciated in the case of Freelance versus Fletcher. It states that whoever makes the mess must take responsibility. Yes, Africa contributes to 4% according to the facts and statistics that were established in COP28 that was held in Dubai. We understand the global north. Countries like Russia produces 1.75 billion tons of emissions. Countries like USA produces 5 billion tons of emissions. In sharp contrast, honorable members of the bench, in Africa, we have countries like South Africa, countries like Algeria and Egypt, they barely contribute to that 4% of emissions. So we understand that the global north must take responsibility because it's a mess they made. Yes, we don't absorb that Africa has contributed to that, but that is an insignificant amount. And while I have said that, I'd like to take a rest. Thank you.
Even though the northern countries have caused very big hazard into Africa, they are trying to mitigate that by producing funds, by giving funds to African countries, so that we can develop ourselves. The youth can have innovation, so that we can beat this animal known as climate change. For it does not know where it affects. It does not know. It does not choose. It takes all of us at a whole. It does not choose that this is what I want, this is what I don't want. Even though they are doing all that, even though they emitted the historical injustices of climate change, right now they are trying to mend their ways by providing us with funds that will help Africa rise in a way that it is not being part of the destruction of climate. Thank you.
Honorable judges, the proposals would not like to be branded empty devils that make the most noise. We therefore prefer the following solutions. That the polluter pays principle, pursuant to the Rio Declaration 1992, be put into place to obligate the developed countries in the global north to ensure that they make reparations to the developing countries in the global south. Secondly, the lost and damaged fund that was created in COP27, Ban Ki-moon, the former UN Secretary General, noted that there has not been an actualization of this fund to ensure that reparations are made to the developing countries of the global south. So we would like to propose that at COP29 there be a discussion that reduces the bureaucracies that are involved in the creation of the loss and damage fund. Also, in the creation of the loss and damage fund, we would like to propose that the countries in the developed countries in the global north honor their pledge to place a loss and damage fund. And the question that arises is, where will that fund be placed? Which is the financial body? Thank you.
Honorable judges and members present, it is not a case that we say that Whoever makes a mess is the one to be blamed. It's not the issue. I would like to propose by saying that what my fellow member, she has said that the global north countries should take responsibility. This is not a case where if a child messes up, you cane the child. This is a case of our world. This is a case of our planet. Our planet is facing a lot of issues, a lot of floods. People are dying. We cannot solve this issue by saying that, by blaming the other country. It's not a case where you take a cane and fight a child because he has done a mess. No, the people are dying. The animals are dying. Our trees are facing extinction, even other species. So it is not a case to blame the other. Who is to be blamed? No. It is a case where we should support and come together as a whole to say that Africans should do it. It's not about the poor and the rich. We are not fighting against each other. We are fighting against our country. We are fighting against our future. We are fighting against our future generations, our future child. What about your future child? Where will she be or he be? Thank you.
Honorable members of the bench and the audience at large, it behooves me to state this, as painful as it might be, that the proposers are good motivational speakers, but they don't have facts. It therefore behooves me to state that indeed a good soldier never loads his wagon twice. We've made our case, we've given our resolutions via the third opposer. Therefore, we wish for them to be adopted by the honorable bench. Thank you.
May we have the proposers making their closing remark.
Honorable members, I wish to say that our facts are on us. First of all, by local action. As we say that it's our time. When you point at someone, the three are pointing on you. We have not seen that they are pointing at the global. Currently, last year there was drought. We can't say that now we can't eat, we are going to the global north. No, it is our chance. So the facts are on us. We can see what is going on. So it's up to us to rise up and work. It's not over until it's over. And we need to give a point now to say that as long as it's our time, we have to come up with solutions. First of all, innovation and entrepreneurship. Many of the companies have the ideas, just limiting it is a problem. That's why we decided that it's better we have some debates like this one, so that when you go out from here, you have some knowledge and you know how to conserve the environment without saying that I'm waiting for Germany to provide the food for the marginalized individuals. You can go home and start irrigation at your farm. Nevertheless, the drought. As I finish, I wish to say that our life, our environment, our responsibility, not their responsibility. Thank you.
May the opposers make your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Again, COP29 will be a big discussion. Bureaucracy will be a big discussion. And we'd love for it to be for the fund, the loss and damage fund, to be entrenched upon an organization which is non-biased, an organization which will ensure that we bring to book these global north countries and they contribute to the fund and not blame Africa and not state that we must share. They are the causes of this damage. They must take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Now this comes to the third round and the last of this debate. We may request that the debaters you take the floor. Thank you all. Yeah, they join the audience. Yes, thank you. They join the audience. At this moment, I may want to give a 2 or 3 minutes break to have the technical bench have a review.
Hiyo iko kwa tupate kidogo tu the last sample.
Bado tuko hapo.
Finer and better and more focused in terms of even generating facts and providing counter rebuttals. I think better coordination even among the teams that were coming, at least they were able to consult and they had notebooks. You know, in a debate, at times you need just to respond to exactly what your opponent has said. And therefore, I think that one was coming out better and well. I think also on the argument of climate change, of course, coming out very well in terms of the need for each and everyone to be concerned about climate change for collective action, whether we are in the developing world or in the developed world. I think that was also a very strong argument, but you can also agree that whenever a disaster happens, actually the first respondent is the person who is impacted. If a flooding was to happen, say in Tana River, yeah, it is not Red Cross in Holland that will be at the household. The household owner, where the waters come into the house, will try to salvage the items which are being swept away or taking the kids to safer ground. So really you can appreciate the level of debate that yes, in this matter of climate change, there is an urgent need for collective action, and Africa has got definitely a role to play as the most vulnerable continent. But again, a counter-argument which was very strong, that when you look at it, who are the people who caused climate change? Therefore, they should be held responsible. Therefore, I would really say that I've appreciated the debates this evening from the teams, and they were much improved, much focused, and actually speaking to the facts as they were. As I told you earlier on, I'm not so much concerned about the framing of the narrative, like use of the figurative language when you point out, like these three figures are pointing to you. That's actually a figurative language. What he or she meant is that we've got a responsibility to act on climate change because it is impacting on us severely. So yes, it is impacting on everyone, but we also have to appreciate that climate change also affects people differently based on who they are, where they stay, and stuff like that. Therefore, there are many things I think we can continue. And as I said earlier again, a very unique opportunity to interact with the young people, and an eye-open also to the lecturers at the universities in terms of nurturing this budding talent and interest on matters climate change. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abuja. Mine is to thank all the participants for your improved debate in the second round. In the second assignment, I think you did a great job. We have seen most of you are really passionate on this climate change and energy discourse, including the role of Africa and Global South, especially our part as Africa in the continent, and also what needs to be done. I was really impressed by that. Secondly, there was a lot of evidence-based. A number of reports were cited by the presenting teams, and also examples, case studies across Africa and other areas. I think this should not be the end. I know most of you are from department or degree programs that are outside environment or climate change. So I will say that climate-related issues, climate justice is a multidisciplinary area. So all of us must be involved. If you are talking of, I'm sure how many are taking engineering courses here? Very good. From Kimathi, from Meru University. From Chuka University, how many are taking engineering courses? Very good. Karatina? Yes? you have but you have environmental related courses, which is very good. So we have to create that next. How many are taking agricultural courses, degree programs? Please raise up your hand. Any is here? Okay. So it's a multidisciplinary area. Those taking engineering courses in construction, you know what climate-related disasters have done to our continent, especially cities. When we are developing resilient cities, especially cities in the coastal areas, engineering aspect need to take into consideration those hydrological related disasters. And that's why this is very relevant to all of us. Finally, you need to build networks among yourself. Pan-African climate justice values young people. At the role of young people, a climate discourse is very clear. You are the future of this continent. All those gaps you are identifying, those who are pro or opposers of some of these statements that were put to you, knew very well we have a gap in our continent that require all of us. With those many remarks, I will request maybe Omomi or any other organizing person to give, or maybe Madam, you can make some comment.
My comments are very defining.
Okay, you can make comment before we...
Let Omomi take a first, then I need to do the declaration of the outcome of what has happened here.
No, I may not.
Yes.
Allow me have the technical bench do their rightful duties.
God, I need to stand up. Huh?
Good evening, everyone. How are you? I know it's been one long day. For us, our role was just to combine what the judges made the verdict on, create an average of everything that happened from the very first speaker. That means, as it has been declared that teamwork is important, from the very first speaker to the very last speaker, you determined the scores that I'm going to give. But generally, I must confess that just listening to you, at some point I felt like I'm in a negotiation room. You know, when you're in corporate, how we argue for Africa and the conversations that go on there. So indeed, the quality of the presentations are indeed up to par. And as a person who's been in that room, I'm completely humbled. Secondly, I'd like to say this scores should not define you. Are we together? I know scores create winners and losers. I wouldn't want you to go feeling that you lost anything, you did not lose anything. But for the purposes of our process, we must at least have those ones that come on top of the cream. And I want to believe that at the end of the day, you'll appreciate. If you are at any points of the ranking, that means you have some work to do in this subject matter. And we at PACJA also watch you, and we might create opportunities for you through this particular process. So all of us are winners, there is no loser. Are we together? But I just need to declare something. So in the first round, where we had all the universities, Chuka scored an average of 60. The average is for all the judges, what they scored. So I wouldn't say each what they scored, but that is the average. Then Tarakanidhi 60, Dedan Kimathi 76, Embu 72, Meru University 69, and Karatina University 55. That is round one. For round two, Meru University scored 84. Dedan Kimathi scored 85. This was really thanks to that. Embu scored 83. Tarakanidhi 62. Chuka 79. Karatina 75. If you're a good mathematician, you will take those two rounds and get what happens in the next score. So that first score that you got, plus the second round score, is going to give us the third tally. And from the third tally, we then get a final score. So The average, I think we just combined all, so let me just not go to the averages because I've already given. So the average of round 1 and round 2 score is now what is giving us what I'm declaring finally. So for the final score, Meru 75, Dedan Kimathi 81, Embu 76, Chuka 70, Karatina 65, Tharaka 61. So the first 3 universities I think that are taking us for the presidential debate is number 3 Meru University, number 2 Embu University, and number 1 Dedan Kimathi.
Thank you. As we get to the last way forward, as how we're going to organize ourselves, it is with privilege that we've been visited by the African Union Commission. And allow me bring Philip to introduce us the new visitor in the house.
Clap for yourselves. All indications are that you are doing very powerful things in all spaces, and the debates are becoming much more robust than we thought. We usually say in Kiswahili, maneno matamu mtoa nyoka pangoni. We did not know that the lady who turns things around in African Union when it comes to climate justice issues, that she was around. And secondly, we were not aware that she is the daughter of the soil and the soil around this particular place. And when we realized that she was quite present, we said she must join us there. These words are just meant to open the space so that you're able to come closer, so that I introduce you appropriately. Leah Wanambwa, she's short. Please clap for her. No, you have not clapped very well. Clap for her. Leah Wanambwa is the Senior Policy Officer within the Department of Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy of the African Union. All the climate change conversations happen there, and Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance collaborates with African Union Commission to advance the climate change agenda through our office in a very strong way. So when you hear we are engaging at Pan-African level, this is the lady. She happened to be around, she listened to the debate, she said it's on, she must come. Leah, you have an opportunity for 5 minutes, then you can listen to the most stimulating debates towards the end of the process. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Philip, and thank you for all the kind words. That is Philip. Yes, so I happen to be, I live here, so I'm on leave, and then I found out the Parklia team was here to prepare for the Nairobi Summer School, which will be starting, I think, in June, on 23rd of June. We received the invitation for this, and I think the events in June, and we thought we did not even respond because we thought who would be in Chuka at that time. So I'm happy to be here and to join you. I've been listening online since morning. I think the debates have been very interesting and robust, addressing the key issues, very much in line with the AU aspirations and the agenda, the AU Agenda 2063. For those who don't know that, you can check, and I know 2063 is very far away, but also very close, but we do have something called the AU Agenda 2063. The theme for the AU for 2024 is actually on education. So we're very inspired by the work that Parklia is doing in ensuring that you bring the issue of climate change to the education system. The theme is actually, if I'm going to quote it, educate an African fit for the 21st century and building resilient education systems. So you may want to check out and see if it's if it's aligned with what you're trying to do, and if you're actually contributing to the continental objectives. So I hear it's a group of comrades, different universities from around Mount Kenya. Congratulations to the winners, and we are looking forward to hearing the next debate, now in person and not online. And I think you should also use this opportunity to build your networks. We are counting on you. As we retire, we are leaving the space for you to come and feed in our spaces. So when you come into those spaces, you will need these networks, because everybody will end up in a different place. And you need that one person you can call to say, hey, you remember me, we met in this debate back in the days. So please use this opportunity to interact and build your networks, the Comrades for Climate Justice, and we hope to see you in a few years guiding the international and regional agendas on climate change. Of course, we need to do much more. Debates are good. They just bring out the spice and what's happening on ground. But these debates also have to go to translate into real action. In as much as we debate here, you will convince somebody more if you actually go out there and show us what you're doing. Are you using renewable energies? Are you biking to work? Or are you driving a gaslight? So I think in as much as we are debating, let's think on how we can debate by words, by actions, more than the words. Again, as we build up to the Nairobi Summer School, later this year, I hope that I'll be able to come back and join some of the sessions and see some of you be here. Having grown up in this town, Chuka, I was very happy and surprised at the same time, Philip, to know that the event was going to be here. So if possible, we'll be able to join you. I'm here with my sister and my brother as well, who actually went to Chuka University. Yeah. So thank you, Philip. I hope I've not exhausted your 5 minutes, and we look forward to hearing more. Thank you again for having us.
Next time I meet people in wherever I meet them, I will always seek to get better introduction and a bit of georeference. I was actually pinning her away from around here, but now I have a very specific pin. Thank you for your quite illuminating words, and again, knowing that you are around and you can actually also plug in the actual delivery of the module. So we do not take that lightly. Are you inspired? Are you inspired? Yes. The challenge is simple. You have your daughter growing all the way the hierarchies of African Union Commission. You can make it. And you can make it higher than that. That is the first inspiration that I want you to pick. Number 2, you have somebody who can come home and inspire you anytime. That's another asset. Please utilize those assets. I want to hand over to Duncan in the interest of time for the debate to proceed. Thanks.
Thank you, members. I'll not take time. This is now between us and death. What I'll request quickly, a quick realignment that now we are proceeding to the most powerful debate that now will be guided not by only the moderator but equally by the judges. We will be having a set of the presidential debate. I'll request 3 universities, the first 3 universities, coming once again to competitively compete here. Dedan Kimathi, organize your best 3 teams to negotiate for yourself. Embu University, organize your best 3 teams. No, 3 members, sorry. A team of 3. That is a team, eh? 3 members. We sit in a panel of 9. And Meru University equally will do the same. So I expect 9 members here. At this moment, it is going to be different. I'll request that this podium will be here. Are we together? So I need 2 more seats to be added here. Kindly, Dedan Kimathi, if you can organize yourself to have us 3 members. Time has started. Embu the same. Meru the same. As this comes to the last round, I'll request that this podium be put here. Someone else? The podium to be here. Somewhere closer here. May I request the team that is here? Where is Dedan Kimathi? Embu University, Embu, and then we have in the middle being Meru. I'll seek the guidance of the high-level judges who will guide this discussion Gentlemen, where are you? Gentlemen.